Ligger.
Here.
Robert White.
Here.
Pat Zika.
Here.
Okay, adoption of the agenda.
I can't find it, but I moved these up. No, wait.
Hello.
I kind of wanted to add something, but I left out. I can't think of it, so I guess we can adopt the agenda as presented.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt the agenda. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Do we need to do a, because she's on call?
Oh, yeah, you'll have to do
We can do a roll call. Brandon Earl.
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels.
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence.
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger.
Yes.
Robert White.
Here.
Pat Zika.
Here.
Okay.
Here. Can we say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Did somebody before me say here?
I did.
Here, here.
Okay, change it.
Here, here.
I was
Change it
following
on-
you.
change
Here,
it
here.
on.
Yeah, I like that. There you go.
Yeah, I'm
We're good.
here.
We're
I'm not
good.
sure where I'm at, but I'm here.
Recognition of patrons and staff.
Nobody this evening.
All right, go to the first item, discussion items. Education spotlight.
Yes, we have a good thing to discuss tonight. So Mr. Larkey and his crew are headed to nationals. So I wanted you guys to get an opportunity to kind of give the board an idea of what you qualified for, and so we can give you a pat on the back. So it sounds like a fun deal. So come on up, guys.
Fantastic.
Do you folks want to explain or should I?
Yeah, you can start.
All right, I'll humbly accept. Good afternoon, everybody. I have the incredible honor to introduce my wonderful esports Overwatch team right over here. They have qualified for nationals. Just to give you an idea of the sense of scope that we're looking at here, this is the only Kansas team that's going to this event. That's Wichita, Kansas City, anybody. It's quite the honor, it's quite the accomplishment. Now correct me if I'm wrong, is that out of 100 plus teams?
Out of 100, the top 16 are invited.
Top 16.
Awesome.
So this is as you can imagine, this is kind of a big deal for Wellington, not just as a district, but as a town. It's kind of a big deal for me as well, because I just got to see them do it. I wish I could take all the credit, but I can't. Some notable things that our staff has been working really hard on is our fundraising and making sure that these folks can go in a nice, convenient, and safe way, and make sure that they are accommodated very well. And I think our staff, notably Miss Worley and Ryan Ewing, have been very instrumental in making sure this is possible. So without them, this couldn't be possible. And obviously without the hard work these kids put into, and our staff at the school, custodial staff, everybody, it's a team effort is what I'm saying. It takes a village. And I humbly say thank you for all of your support as well in making sure that we can do this. It's not every day that I get asked to do any kind of national trip, much less participate in it. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my students over here. My students, my participants, my competitors. I don't know what to call them at this point. We have Drayson Lay here. We have Jackson Heiberger, and we have Emma Gooch. This is only half of the team that's going, but I can imagine, and I'm sure they can imagine for you, that they are more than excited and over the moon. What are just some things that you guys are excited to do?
Just do anything really fun there, and honestly, just play the game while there. I haven't traveled really anywhere that's, let alone flying. I've only ever driven places, and it was just for family things. But traveling this far for something like a school event, like a sport now, esports, is extremely exciting for me. And going on a trip with all my friends is just awesome to me.
I'm excited to go and enjoy a game that I recently found that I like a lot, and just spend time with people from the school that I get along with, because I don't do that much, and just get out of Kansas for a bit.
I'm excited for the opportunity to compete against people from all over our nation, Florida, California, especially New York. And hopefully we'll get to talk to them. Who knows?
That's all the whole time.
We're gonna compete against all 16 or 15 other teams, correct?
Mhm.
So
So I could tell you the 100+ things that we're gonna get to do, but that is the primary thing, is we're gonna get to compete against some of the greatest that the nation has to offer. I've already been gushing with excitement, so I've been looking at some other places that are offering scholarships and things of that nature. I'm currently looking at one with Newman University, and I want you to know that esports is worthwhile. If this little bit doesn't show you, it's only getting better and uphill from here. The more we can support esports, the more we can start sending kids on the scholarship trails, making sure that they are becoming pathway completers, especially in tech. There are a lot of venues there. So all uphill from here, folks.
Do you, funding wise, how much? I mean, are you far away? Is there something we can do to help them?
I think they're fully funded. Ryan texted me earlier today and said he had everything. The casino also paid for half
Okay.
of their trip, which is amazing.
That's great.
And then just like a huge thanks to Miss Case, she helped us find a lot of places that
Yes.
helped us fund this trip, and she
helps with the organization.
She's also gonna be there bright and early to get us to
Take
the
us up
airport.
there.
Yes.
Bright and early at 2
No.
in the afternoon.
It's bright early.
No, you won't.
2 in the afternoon.
No, where is it exactly? In Florida?
Or Orlando.
Orlando.
And we are gonna be playing right across from Orlando Studios.
International Drive.
Are you gonna go there? What are some outside trips you're gonna do? Are you gonna do other things while you're there?
We hope to check out Orlando Studios, just to get in that, or Universal, thank you. What did I say?
Orlando. I've done the same.
We do get it's not every day we get to go to Orlando.
I know.
That's kind of it's being able to branch out. So they're gonna get a chance to go to Universal Studios.
Sounds awesome.
Go away, I'm
This is
in a
really
meeting right now.
cool. Was that your whole team, all 6 of them, or?
6, yeah.
You said you had 3
This
more,
is
so that's
3 of them.
Two
We're missing the
of them
other.
are in
Do what?
Japan
Well, we
right
have
now.
Yes.
4 more actually, but Jackson, the other one.
Oh,
Oh,
he's not
yeah.
going on the trip, but the other 3 will be. They're Jacob Dry, Hunter Worley, and Hagen Ryan.
Thought maybe you'd have it all hooked up and you could show us what you're gonna do. We have lots
We
of
have an
songs here.
itinerary.
I had no idea I was gonna hook something up today.
No, I was just
None of us are
kidding.
actually.
But it would be kind of cool to see what you do sometime.
Yeah, I definitely plan to at least show on the new Facebook page that we have. Updates real time, and they're gonna live stream the event, so keep your eyes peeled. I'm gonna try and share the link with certainly USD 353. Make sure that I spread the word as much as possible. Make sure that Wellington doesn't just blip on the map, but that it stays on the map.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah,
Awesome.
very good.
I'd also like to point out that I did close to nothing except for give them hamburgers. They are literally golden children. They did amazing.
Were you a gamer first? I mean, are you a gamer?
Oh yeah, I play all the time.
Okay.
He's played with us before.
Yeah.
I'm not good compared to them. They'll actually make fun of me for it, but I'm gonna leave that part out.
Thank you, guys.
Good
Yes,
job.
thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it, yeah. Good job, guys. Good job.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Guys have a great trip.
Okay, next on the discussion item, WSU Tech Aviation Programs.
Yes, so we recently had a conversation with WSU Tech. They're here this evening. I'll let them introduce themselves, but to discuss some potential programs that they would offer on aviation maintenance, which would connect to some of our local industry, and then obviously Wichita Industries as well. And so they're going to kind of explain what they have to offer. So come on up.
Happy to have talked.
And I know Jenna may pop
little bit
in.
late,
Yeah,
so-
she may pop in at some point too.
Hopefully she'll get here before I get done, because she has a great handout for you all. Of course, she has that and she's late, that's how it all. So I'm Jim Hall, I'm the Dean of Aviation and Manufacturing at WSU Tech. I'm sure you all know us, we reside a little bit north of here. And one of the things that we really are known for are our aviation programs, specifically aviation maintenance programs. As you know, you have a pretty strong aviation industry here in town. And we work very closely with AAR, which was Triumph until they brought out by AAR, which is actually not a bad thing because there's a lot of capital that they can invest in the local community. But you have got a really good opportunity to have an aviation cluster here. As part of that, we have a concept called Choose Aerospace. It is a national program that was developed through the Aviation Technicians Education Council and Clemson University. And it is curriculum that can be delivered in any school to allow students to get started on the path to become a certified FAA A&P mechanic. The thing that we really like about the program is that it focuses on keeping students in their own area. And that's very important to us across the state. We were lucky enough to receive a federally mandated appropriation through Senator Moran's office that would fund this program. And what it would allow us to do would be teach the general curriculum for aviation maintenance. Perfect. Just you're with the handouts. Good timing, Jenna. I didn't warn you about that police officer on the way down. One of the things about the aviation maintenance program, it would allow students to start this while they're still here in high school, complete the general and complete a test for the general, which is the first part, so it's general, airframe, and then power plant, and then allow them to continue on in their secondary level. And our hope would be that these students would retain here in the local area after they finish their training. I think one of the highlights of this, and I guess I should have started with this costs you absolutely nothing. This is absolutely 100% free. We'll be providing the school with about $40,000 worth of equipment.
If you go to page 6 on the proposal, it'll outline some of those pieces for you. 6 and 7.
Great.
One more page.
Thanks.
So there's
Perfect. So the initial classroom, we budget $40,000. That is to provide equipment and materials for the students. And then each year, we would provide another $3,000 in student consumables to cover what's consumed, obviously, in the classroom, as well as train whatever staff person that you chose. We would send them to a technical training in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the ATEC Academy to train them for that. And we would pay for the cost for the curriculum, the certification, and the testing for the student at a $475 value per student. So
now, real quick, this is a 3-year appropriation.
Right.
So after that, if you go back to page 6, Excel and CTE funding, I just did a quick model of what it would look like per student. So the program is designed to be able to pay for itself as it continues forward after those first 3 years. So one student going through the program will be a remittance or a reimbursement back to the district of $4,500, which will more than cover any consumables, the cost of their testing and curriculum moving forward with the program as well. So it really is designed to make sure that it can sustain itself as you move past those first initial 3 years.
Right. So some of the other highlights, I mentioned that we work very closely with AAR.
Mm-hmm.
They have volunteered to provide a on-campus person to help facilitate this class. And we will also have a virtual meeting with one of my certified A&P instructors once a week to help them go through the labs. It's really a great opportunity because we have so much good involvement from the local business community along with the program that we have that's very well established. And we thought it would be a really good fit for your community.
On page 8, I tried to highlight some of those opportunities as you move forward through it. So as far as skill development is concerned for students, they're obviously getting the curriculum and the training that go along with aviation maintenance. So it's a lot to do with aircraft familiarization on that side, but it's also just engine familiarization in general too that they're starting to learn. So they're gaining a lot of that experience. We also go through a lot of transferable skills. So just things like responsibility and precision in the work that you're doing. AMTs have to be very precise in the work that they complete because our lives depend on it when we're in a plane. So they're legally liable if they sign off on work that's not good, that's a legal liability on their part. So it's something that we take very seriously at the college and with our students. We run a full AMT program, and we have for the last 12 years on campus for high school students. So this is really an extension of that. It's a well-oiled machine for us. Our students do very well in that program. Moving in, you also have a lot of economic benefits to that. So as a school district, I don't know if you get a lot of pressure from industry or not, but we definitely hear a lot of that in Wichita from some of the industry partners. So as a school district, you're really helping create that pipeline and attracting more industry to the Wellington area by providing them with a workforce that's ready to go after high school too. So, and also opportunities for further development. So there's a big piece of that involved with a lot of this too, just that economic development and opportunity. And Wellington really is at a good crux for that. You guys are in the aviation corridor, so that helps a lot with some of those opportunities and attracting that as a district, helping your community with that part. And then down at the bottom, I just highlighted some of the academic opportunities available as well. So there are over, what is it that BoE, I put it in here because I was,
280,000.
yes,
So over the next 10 years, now with fun statistics that I know,
yes.
280,000 people, there's going to be a shortage of 280,000 aviation mechanics over the next 10 years. That's for a Boeing projection. It hasn't really changed. It's very interesting because we have actually started producing more aviation mechanics than ever before, but the gap between employment and need has not shrunk. So it's actually a growing gap. It just doesn't appear that way because we've increased the capacity. And I think one of the important things to consider, and when I look at it, and I talked about your aviation cluster here, one of the biggest things to expand an aviation cluster is talent pipeline. If we can assure the employers that we can train these students that they need in your local area, that will help attract more business in the aviation cluster to your area and allow companies like AAR to expand what they do.
That also attracts more families to the community and sustains your schools as well on that side of it, as we see a decline in that across the board. So, and aviation maintenance is one of those programs that's really hard to have that at a high school level because of the cost of equipment and the training required behind that. There is not a secondary A&T program for getting teachers ready to go for that. So we've done a lot of work on that side of the house. So does anyone have any questions on this initial side of things?
Yeah, what would the start year be?
We're this fall.
This
Yeah.
fall?
This fall.
So it's a very tight turnaround. The way that congressional funding works, we did not receive it. We did not receive approval until about 3 weeks ago, and then we have to start the spend for this fall. We'd had this in the works for a while, but until we knew for sure that we were going to be able to have it funded, we did not want to move forward with that. The funding is in place now. We can start immediately.
And as we talked with Mr. Hatfield about a lot of this, we're okay with a small cohort too. If it's 5 students that get started, to just start getting things going here, that's great, and that's okay as well. Unfortunately, we were operating on a federal timeline versus a school district timeline. We all know how those things work. So we're this fall.
What year would the kids start in it? What age, what grade?
It's a 2-year rotational program. If we do it, because as we discussed it would be just using up 1 school period a day. If we double blocked it, they can get done in 1 year, but we talked about doing it in a 2-year format, so it'd just be one semester. So if they start their junior year, then they would be done with their technical certificate by the end of their senior year. And when you think about the post-secondary assets, I don't know if you guys have had a lot of conversations about that side of it with the new graduation requirements. They fulfill that in multiple facets. 1, they're earning 18 college credits and a technical certificate, an industry recognized credential as well. And they're already going out and doing opportunities for work study. So it'll fulfill those buckets for you all in a lot of different ways for students.
Are we the only school around here?
You're the first school that we picked. So eventually we'd like to have 6 schools statewide.
Yes, so Great Bend is our next school that we would like to talk to.
Nowhere else in this area would be targeted.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that was your question.
And really, AAR is the reason that your industry backing here has been part of that.
Okay.
We have a long history. We had a good relationship and history with Triumph Aerospace and with AAR. So when AAR bought out Triumph, it was a natural progression to move forward with this.
You might have answered this a minute ago, but with the new graduation requirements and the new sciences, things that are going to count as science credit, this will be can count as one of the science credits?
On that side of
or-
it, I haven't done a crosswalk to see with that one how it would work. It is a STEM field, but whether or not it would count based upon the competencies they need for the science classes, I'm not 100%.
Okay.
So, question about STEM is a conversation that we talk about for our elementary students. Do you guys have any plans on like doing some events for elementary
We
and
do.
getting started a little earlier? Okay.
We have for our, really it's 5th through 9th grade right now, but we're working on some further down curriculum as well. Technical curriculum is hard to cascade well, and so we've been working with some specialists on that side of it. But right now we have a 5th through 9th grade semi that comes out, or a trailer that comes out, tractor trailer, to do a lot of that engagement with students. And so they can specialize directly in just in aviation, but they're also just do broad range STEM, from healthcare to aviation manufacturing.
It's kind of a unique situation because they can load the trailer with multiple different fields if you want to highlight more than one.
Yeah.
I of course
It's the
I've done
Future Maker
aviation.
Mobile Learning Lab is what it's called. Yeah.
And then physical space.
We need a classroom.
Okay,
Just
that's where just one classroom.
One classroom.
And AAR is going to give us some opportunity to work over there as well.
For lab space as well. And there were discussions about intern opportunities over the summer for these students, as well as working with them, possibly even while they during the school year. They are unfortunately Ben Merrill, their GM, could not be here tonight, but he gave us permission to
General
speak.
manager, if anyone, you and your jargon.
Sorry, he gave us permission to speak on his behalf and express how important this is to AAR and what support they want to give to the district. It's very important, and that it's part of their mission. And that's AAR as a whole, not just the local division, but AAR as a whole.
And you need you need the teacher from us. So,
In addition to the teacher that they
That we
the
provide.
instructor that they have sponsored.
So we have an instructor that will do virtual work with them. That's a licensed airframe and power plant mechanic, and then we need on the ground, like in that classroom, that we will sponsor training for.
I don't know how you pass it up. I mean,
Do we have an empty classroom at the high school?
205. With the lab classroom.
anybody in mind that would be interested?
I don't know.
And it can be, and it does not have to be a CT instructor. It can be an instructor out of any field.
We've worked with art teachers and music teachers and retrained, and then a lot of, actually music and art do really well.
They do really well.
I bet they do.
They
Yeah.
think technically.
We didn't have an esports teacher right away either, just took some begging, asking.
We missed the esports presentation. They're going to nationals.
Oh,
Very cool. We just won we won the national championship in Rainbow Six. So
And they're going to
as a college.
Overwatch.
Oh, and Overwatch.
I don't know if we do that one or not.
We do. We have 6 teams.
So
Oh, that's awesome.
they were looking for scholarship opportunities.
We do offer full rides and partial scholarships in esports. So.
I didn't want to speak out of term. I thought we did, but I didn't want to speak out because I wasn't sure. That's not my area of expertise. So
We're a 2-time national champions, actually, in the last 3 years.
and all the supplies, everything that's listed here, I mean, you could get those right away, I mean, I know
right,
like,
yes,
we'll get them, it's
we'll
not
provide
like,
all of this.
yes,
It just gives you an idea of some of the stuff that we're going to put together, and a lot of it is very normal,
Yeah,
everyday
it looks
things.
like it.
We just source them locally.
the
And
Walmart.
yep.
Are there
That could be
any down the road, so I know we're the first one and one of 6, but could we have competition like in Mulvane at some point, or do we
No,
have
because we
anything in
control where the schools
place?
go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I'm wondering, are we gonna be,
Actually, one of the things I talked to Dr. Hatfield about was, would you be open to allowing other small districts to come to Wellington for this class if you didn't have a full class? Like, right now, we have students from Argonia that drive all the way, the hour one way to our north campus for the AMT program and then come back. But if there was something a little bit closer.
How has that worked out? I mean, not how has it worked out?
She actually just graduated with her associates, so she did great, and she just graduated high school this year, but.
How do they, I mean, that's good too, but
Yeah.
what, how's it work out? I mean, between the two schools, I mean,
Sure.
is there, you know what I
So
mean?
we have this for other programs. We stood up an auto service program in Goddard, and they had like Garden Plain and Andale came over to that facility for that too. And so the students, for that one, it was an outside building, so they just went directly there. But we have some CNA students from Clearwater that go to Goddard too for some classes, and they just check in at the front office. So we give the school their names ahead of time, and they check in at the front office before they go to class. They have to be students in good standing at their own high school, and that's something that we vet. And then we work with the school counselor and principal to make sure that that's something that they're okay and comfortable with.
What class size would you recommend it, with the largest class size?
24 would be the biggest.
24 is the biggest it can be, and that's by federal regulation.
One teacher.
One teacher.
One teacher for one period.
Correct.
Start, yes?
Yes.
Correct.
And then
And then
year,
next
if it's a
year
2 year,
you-
it'll be one teacher for 2
2
periods.
periods, yeah.
Because it's a 2 year rotation, so it'll always be that.
So we need to vote for this coming to launch.
So it's up to you guys, we can bring it back next, but I don't think
Yes,
they're expecting it
Mr.
until
Nance,
July.
do you have anything to add or any thoughts, anything?
I think it would be a great thing. The only part I struggle a bit with is which teacher has space. Because there are some that could have space to do that in their schedule. Some other classes are smaller. And so I think it's a great opportunity. That would be the only thing I'd have to do is find the teacher to
And you know, you
plug in.
could we just, there's a lot of retired aviation people here as well. Could that be a possibility to?
I mean, that would be honestly how you want to facilitate. You could decide that. And AAR has also offered a person, but it depends on what you're comfortable with as far as, do you want to have a licensed instructor in the classroom, or are you okay with it? We do a lot of mentoring with some of our other programs as well, so they're there in addition to the instructor. And we love to have the retirees to come and mentor because they have such a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was up to me, I would ask for.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, just because I live this world.
Yeah.
The only hard part whenever we have our industry come in as faculty is the classroom management struggles in the beginning, and so it really is working well with the building principal to make sure that and honestly they work with me on that. I try to work with them on pedagogy and some different pieces there, but classroom management is probably the most difficult.
That's fair. That's fair because they have a wealth of technical knowledge, but.
And in the industry, you can just tell someone to do something.
I'm glad
and
you
they're
say
gonna
that.
do it.
Anybody walk
Can you
off the
tell
street
me more
nowadays
about
and
who
teach,
would
so I'm glad
qualify?
you know the
So like
difference.
on that same type of topic, classroom management, like what are the kids that are gonna be the best for that? Like, do we have guidelines in place? Like if you
So as a
what best practices?
as a college, we have a minimum of 2.0 GPA for a student entering in the program. We have found students that don't do well in other programs or classes in the general classroom do really well in our programs.
That's what I would say.
And so we
Kids
don't
just need-
impart a lot of strict guidelines.
Okay.
If the program got to a place where it was really full and the next thing we actually look at is attendance, because if you don't show up, you can't perform in the class. And so that's really the next big indicator for us on success for students.
While this is college level curriculum, it was designed to be taught in a high school. So it is
They
designed.
broke it down a lot more.
There's a lot, it's broken into a lot of different modules. There's a lot of hands-on activities, so that keep the students very much engaged in learning. We try to meet the students where they're at.
There are very few people in this world that grew up around plains. You know, I'm a daughter of a farmer, so I grew up in wheat fields for sure, but no one really has that knowledge, technical knowledge going into it. So we know we start at ground zero for students. If there are those that can advance more quickly, if we have additional projects and things like that that are available, but general knowledge wise, most people are at ground zero.
When they complete this, what do they have?
A technical certificate in aviation maintenance general. So then they can move into airframe and power plant, and get their full associate's degree. If they wanted to, they could transfer on to K-State for a full bachelor's degree or go directly into industry. With that technical certificate though, just in general, AAR.
AR said they would be happy to
Yeah.
hire them with just the general.
Wow.
And you've got quite a few industry partners around here that would be in a similar place. There's G's not very far away, and yeah, just a lot of those things.
Right.
Any other
Anyone else
questions?
have any questions? We can
I don't
table.
know why we wouldn't
I don't either.
do it.
I don't either. I would actually go ahead and make a motion to approve WSU Tech to implement this program into our school systems.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second? Russ, give your roll call.
Yeah. Brandon Earl,
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels,
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence,
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger,
Yes.
Robert White,
Yes.
Pat Zika.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
How
I
will you
know, I'm
guys
so
handle
progressive. I'm
this,
so
like
excited.
the media, like the communication with the community?
So, especially since you all are our first school, there will be a really big press release for this, especially since it involves Senator Moran as well.
After election.
He is not.
He's not this year, but this is, aviation is an important industry to the state of Kansas in general. So
He really wants to be a big part of this press release and of this program. This is something he highly supports. It would not surprise me at all if he did not decide to come here to do the press release.
And we talked a little bit about, in our meeting, about how we get it out to kids and how we get them because they've already chose their classes. And it's something that with their social media presence that we can definitely push and get that out there to our students to know what's offered and talk to them about when they can come in and express interest in that and how they do that.
And AAR currently has interns this summer already that they are going to promote this to as a continuation of what they've been doing this summer.
Because they will have to decide before school starts.
Yeah, right
So we need to really, we need
Yes.
exposure and we
Yes.
need communication to the families and the parents and the students.
So AAR, that's that new, we're trying to be on the highway.
Yep.
It's trying.
Okay.
It's trying.
It is
They
trying.
incorporated it, yeah.
They still do exactly the same thing they did before. It was a tactical acquisition because they do component repair and overhaul. It's really fascinating. If
He's
you
gonna
look
nerd
here-
out, so.
It's really
Like that,
fascinating
I
what
don't
they
know.
do there.
Oh,
It's the unknown secret because every part of an aircraft has to be certified and tested on a life cycle. And so they rebuild those parts, retest them. If you ever get a chance to take a tour out there, I highly encourage it. It is a hidden gem. What they do out there is amazing. It's very technical and it's a really good career for folks.
Is it up and running right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I
Yes.
thought it wasn't yet.
Yep.
Okay. I do live here, I'm just about. I don't see cars in the
Well,
parking lot.
We will be in touch then
Yes.
with our,
Thank you
thank you
guys.
very much.
Thank you.
This is great.
So, yeah,
I don't see cars in the parking lot.
I think I'm up. My bag card.
Okay.
You come and do it.
Right, well, I go by.
Get rolling.
Thank you guys.
Just like you're flying by.
Thank you.
It's
Very
blur,
appreciate
yeah.
It is kind of. I'll probably
She
take
made
it
a
on the way home.
record
I did
trip
tell her.
today.
I told
Have a good night, thanks for coming down.
One of the things, go to Derby.
Okay,
I didn't get
next on the
to
list,
coming and going.
district handbooks.
Yes, okay, so preparing for your July meeting, as you know, July is the big meeting for the beginning of the fiscal year, and a lot of your policies and handbooks and things are typically all approved or gone through in July. So the principals usually, after school gets out, put those together and get them to you for the June meeting so you can start reviewing them. Concerns or ideas, we need to hear about them. Obviously, I do not have my principals here tonight, besides Mr. Nance, so some of your questions I may have to take to them, to be fair to them. And then also, we have two other opportunities to discuss any of this, depending on how the board wants to do it. We can bring it up also, because I know it's a lot to review, especially for new board members, because you guys are new. These are annual documents, so if you've been on the board for a little while, you've seen these over and over, so it's less of a deal than when you're new. So trying to be respectful to that. We have obviously the July meeting. We can put that back up for discussion again prior to approving them possibly later in the meeting if we have some additional things we want to talk about. We will be requesting a planning session later on in the later on in the meeting tonight, so that is another topic that
So we
could be
could add it to
added.
that.
Sure.
We could-
Yeah, I mean, you guys can do whatever you
Like
want.
that.
Those are the
Yes.
things that I sent you are the things that we definitely need to talk about. But if this is something that you want to add to that, then that's absolutely a possibility too. So,
Yes, I do not feel comfortable, and I don't wanna be wasteful of your time, because I have a lot of questions, and I don't wanna just go one by one tonight. I wanna be respectful of the agenda that we have, but I do need time in a planning session to go, I do request time in a planning session.
sure, whatever the board's comfortable with.
Can we
So
talk
those are
about-
just ideas.
Can we have some questions tonight?
If I know the answer to them. But if not, we're writing them down and getting
The
the principles.
principal's
So.
here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I have a problem with the schedule for the high school that's in there.
I remember that.
There's not really a whole lot of changes to it. I know that, the building leadership team worked really hard putting together some schedules for the staff to look at, and they, high school set up in teams, so the building leadership team spoke to each of the smaller teams and sent out a survey and had teacher input the whole time. They worked on it after school, they had half a day or whole day with no student, day off or whatever you call it, a work day to work on it. And after all of that work and all of that input, they were given 3 to choose from. This one was like 20% and the other one was overwhelmingly more, chosen higher than these other two. And I think right away it was shot down because you thought, Adam thought it gave them a little more planning time. And I think Adam felt like it went against a negotiated agreement, which, after discussing it with, the NEA and their board and everything, it really doesn't. Because you can have more planning time. Like Washington has had more planning time because they're one-track school and they have music and PE every day, so they've always had a little bit more. You just have to have, in the negotiated agreement, you have to have what it says in there, the minimum amount, which, so that really wouldn't be a reason not to look at
Yeah.
the one that,
I'm sorry.
well, the one that overwhelmingly the teachers liked. I don't know why we didn't get to see that, and
So this just came up not too long ago. The reasons that I turned down that particular schedule is I felt like two things had not happened. I felt like it had not been in front of the board and to have board discussion. And it was also a major change because it was a hybrid block. And so our district has a history with block scheduling that needs to be discussed in front of the board to make sure everybody's comfortable. So I didn't feel like there was time to put that together for this next year. So I didn't feel like the politics were done correctly with all of you guys. And I also felt like there was some concerns about possibly breaking some language in the negotiated agreement. I did call Dina and share that concern with her, and so she knew that she did not say anything negative to me at the time. She may have had time to think since then. I haven't talked to her about it since then, but with those two factors out there, I felt like it was important to not rush into that schedule because neither of those things had gone through, and we were getting late in the year. So, I did knock it
it's
back
a
on.
modified block. I mean, I don't like block scheduling.
It's a hybrid block, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like block scheduling either. And I've been around the very first time we had it, I was on the board and I was against it then, but this is just a 2-day, Tuesday, Thursday. I mean, it's certainly worth looking at, even if you're not, like I said, I'm not a fan of it. I liked it. I think there would have been enough time, and the building leadership team was working under the impression that it wouldn't take effect this year. It would be 25, 26 school years. So we wouldn't be jumping into anything. I just think it was, and I'm not trying to be mean or rude or ugly. I don't think it was your position to keep it from us when,
So this was presented to me for the fall of '24, not for the
when
fall
was,
of '25.
when did you, I mean, when was it presented to you?
I found out about it at the Clearwater track meet, so that was not too awful long ago for me to feel like, yes, we need to rush into this. Anytime I think about something going before the board, I think about at least 2 months. Sometimes you guys do like you just did with WSU Tech. Sometimes you want it out there for the community to give you feedback. And so with me learning about it at the track meet, I did not feel like that time was available to get it in front of you to
I
make
hope that was
it
not
all
the
work
only
for the
time you
fall
heard
of
about it, was
24.
the track meet, surely the next day you
That
were.
was the first time I'd heard about it, was the Clearwater track meet. So that is how that communication went down, and then with those two concerns, what I told Mr. Nance at the time is, if you want to go towards that in the future, then that's great, but we need to go through the process of talking to the board about it, to discuss any issues with Block, and then also, we need to, make sure everything's good with the negotiated agreement. If both of those things fall out good, then it's good to go. So, I'm not against the schedule idea.
Well,
I just don't feel like the timing or the there just wasn't enough time for me to say, give the thumbs up and push forward. So I take full
well,
responsibility.
why did we, if there wasn't time to make a change in the schedules, then why are we making it? And I know it's a minor change, but why are we making a change in the schedule?
Yeah, because even at the board table, it's been talked about getting some crew con back in. And so that's a way to adjust to get a little crew con back in for next year, moving forward. That was the only reason for the second schedule going in for next year quicker. And it's a minor change, and so instead of a major change like a hybrid block would be.
So the one that was the teachers approved the most of, can we, and if we're not gonna implement that until next year, I mean, we have a year to discuss that, to get all the information, the teacher feedback. I would like to hear more information before we say no.
Sure.
Yeah, I just don't want to
I don't
drop.
think they're
I mean,
saying
yeah,
no.
I didn't say no, I said
Well,
no.
that-
for
No,
the fall
to this
of
year,
24.
to this year, so we
That's
can't
how
look
they
into
feel,
it
I
for
mean, that's
next
how they
year.
feel, that they put all this work into it, and it was shot down.
So BLT worked really hard on it.
Yeah.
And the discussion that we came to was those three options. And I didn't know the process. I didn't know that we were supposed to, that it was a negotiated language. I didn't know the teacher contract at all.
Then when it didn't.
So we voted before I had a chance to talk to them about it, because they had presented it at our meeting. And I explained the situation to them afterward. I said, if we want this, it's not off the table. It's
That's
something
not-
we have to talk to. Here's what I've been told. We have to talk to these about it. You have to talk to your NEA about it, and we have to do that. So, but it's not something we can do, as I understand it, in 24, in the fall.
Okay, well, that's just not the way it all was presented to me by the team members and the other members, and so I don't have a reason to believe they're not.
Well, tell them to keep working on it and present it, and we'll have time to look at it and.
I've talked to a few people on the BLT about it, and they understood my concerns on it. So I don't know who you're talking to, but I'd be happy to talk to anybody. I told Mr. Nance that day I'd be happy to talk to any of his people that had concerns. So I have no problem with that. I'm still standing here, would not have made a different decision based off of all those things, because it just would not make sense. If not, I'm putting something out there that's in front of you guys, trying to push something through that you're not potentially comfortable with, and that's not a good situation either. So
We took away CrewCon with no discussion or anything, it just was gone.
yeah, I don't know.
You should know, I mean,
Okay, I don't remember how it all
There
went
was,
down.
I
back on the-
presented the work, I remember that, we talked about it, he answered some questions. There was a vote, I went back through and looked, it was a 5-2 vote on removing it from, or changing the schedule the last time. So,
Yeah, I understand.
adding in
and the reason, Jason was here, I just thought we're not, and I'm really not trying to be mean, just, the board's not hearing, not getting information before decisions are made. And that's my feeling. And I think that they're being cut off too soon before we hear anything about it. Like CrewCon, it was a 5-2 vote. I knew a lot about it. I knew how it came. So of course I wasn't gonna vote for it. And not that I'm saying your vote no was, that it was incorrect. You voted with the knowledge that you had,
I would like to hear more about the plan if we can, that the majority wanted. And if we can make that work, if that's gonna make
Yeah.
most of the teachers happy, I mean, if that's what the one, now, I don't know what that means, like the barriers that you mentioned. If those have been identified to be non-barriers now, I think it makes sense to look at that instead of doing a little patchwork short term, you know what I mean? And doing something that more people can be excited about and on board with.
But they're still looking at 25 school year.
if we are, that's what she and I are saying.
It won't
As
happen
long
this year.
as,
We're out of time now.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah, pull it off. But
Well,
can we
that's what
pull
we're
off
saying.
this
And so-
change then? I mean, this small change, can we pull that off? It's a change.
Putting back in CrewCon.
we're
Is
only
that
putting
what
it
you're
back in twice a week.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if we can accommodate this change, I haven't seen the other option, I have no idea what it looks like, I don't know. And that's one of the things that it's hard for me to understand what would have to change for that bigger plan that people wanted to work, cause I don't know what it looks like. But, I mean, we're gonna have to make some modifications on the smaller plan, and can those modifications not be made for the bigger one? I mean, what would, I don't
So-
know, it's
so
hard to put all this together without seeing the information.
Right, but the information would potentially come out next year if the BLT moved forward to doing this. Like I said, it wasn't off the table. It was just that they need to go back to work and conquer
Do it the
both
right
those
way.
things next year if they wanted to go to that schedule in the future. So regardless, if you guys never would have had this conversation, it may have ended up in front of you anyway. That's up to
So
how they want to move forward.
what are the things they need to conquer?
Politics with the board and any.
I don't like that word politics with the board.
Well, they need to present it
Yeah.
in a
That's-
timely fashion.
Yeah.
Explain politics with the board.
Politics is making sure that you have board support.
I'd
I didn't
like
know
to
that's
hear
what it
from
meant.
them. Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
And the other is, you said
Any
two,
negotiations,
that's already been settled. Because planning time doesn't matter.
not with me. That might have been a conversation you had. I haven't had that conversation. I presented it to
Dina
Dina.
said you guys did, so.
I had a conversation with Dina. There was not ever a time that Dina then returned and said, no, I disagree with you. This would be fine. That conversation never happened with me. We did have a conversation about it, but she did not say that on the other side of the phone.
No,
So,
that's,
but this proposed plan doesn't involve the WNA stuff?
no, I believe that there is a conflict there that needs to be cleaned up in language.
Even with this one that we have in our proposed.
Oh, no. I
That's
don't
what
think
I'm
that-
talking
No,
about.
no.
Okay,
Or else it wouldn't have been in there either, so.
so
So it's
I'm
an
fine
opportunity
as
to put a
long
little
as-
crew back in if you want. That's all
I'm
it
fine
is.
as long as it's known to them and to the BLT team and the people that worked on it and gave their time to it and filling out the survey and all this, that they know that it is to be looked at starting in the fall and then another thing about the current schedule that you have in your handbook, with CrewCon, it's called something different, but with CrewCon two times a week, at the end of the day, the last hour of the day, and from what we've been told before, attendance was a problem with CrewCon. Having it the last hour of the day, well, to me, that looks like a problem because you have, everybody's got on sports and all these kinds of things, let alone the kids that aren't there at the end of the day.
So in
Is there a better time during the day it
discussions with the
could be?
teachers, there were two sides of that, right? The ones that have been there a long time have seen that not work and seen it skip it and this and that. And people who wanted to move it to try it. And they had some pretty strong discussions and the teachers did. And then it decided we'd give it a shot. We'd see what it looks like to put it at the end of the day. We're working out what it looks like because we scaled back last year on here are the things we have to get done for individual kind of studies. So we're gonna know what it looks like, what the makeup of the class would be, and it wouldn't be it's not pass. They don't want it to be pass fail. They want it to have a grade to it and have it that way. Does that make sense?
And I think honestly, I'd rather have a crew kind of the last one, say leave for sports, instead of leaving it a core subject.
You're not cutting a core subject, you're.
Not cutting,
Yeah.
but if you
Well,
move
maybe
the
it could be-
connections
maybe
up
that hour
somewhere.
Maybe that hour could be one of the electives or something. I just feel like the attendance, it's on Tuesday, Thursday during basketball, sometimes you're not gonna,
Yeah,
it's a period of time when.
but wouldn't you rather than miss connections rather than miss a math class or a science class or social studies class?
I would think there's a way to not make it core class at
That's
the end of the
that's
day.
what they wanted to try it, so I support them in wanting to try that. That's where I am.
That was the BLT team.
That was the entire
One-
school spoke to the
I know they
BLT
wanted
about
to
it.
try the 2 days, but they,
No, they wanted to try it at
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you can see my concern, anybody,
Yeah, I see it too.
cause I don't, that's fine for me,
Tell me that concern again. I was busy thinking of
Yeah.
something else, sorry.
what was previously CrewCon is now gonna be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, classes are 50 minutes, right, is that correct?
Yeah.
Each class is 50 minutes apiece. On Tuesday, Thursday, they're 42 minutes a day, which lets you have, does that give you an hour?
No.
It
What's it
gives
do?
you 30,
Hour and a half,
Is it
or and a half
40?
hour.
Yeah,
about
about
30
30
minutes.
minutes,
Yeah.
the last of the
32
day
minutes.
for CrewCon, at the very end of the day. Which my concern at the end of the day is kids leaving for sports, they won't be there, and from what we've been told, that it's not well attended. CrewCon, people would not go to CrewCon, they would leave CrewCon, it was something not important to kids anyway, practically. So I'm really afraid having it on Tuesday, at the end of the day, that, we won't fix a problem. I'm really not trying to be difficult, just
It's a valid concern. It really is.
But we had to start somewhere.
Yeah, and that's what the majority of the staff wanted to give it a try, and we'll give it a try. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I would just encourage that whoever was involved to come speak to us and just I'd like to hear more about the whole thing, because we wanna try to work together and get what they need and what they want and but we need to know.
Well, I think they need to figure out what Adam's talking about and then present it to us.
Right, after all those things, yeah,
So we're
for
not
sure.
starting back over.
But instead of putting it for us to vote on again when we don't have all the detail, I mean,
Okay, if that
Yeah.
schedule can't,
We
we
can
can't
do
do
that.
that now, it's too late. Let's see. I have a whole bunch, but I'm just trying to pick out,
Will you be at the planning session?
When is that?
Well, do we have an official date?
No, we have one recommended, but as of now, next Monday is recommended. They haven't talked about it yet.
Okay.
So I don't know where.
I'll just say this one right here. The elementary handbook talks about attendance centers under the topic of residency requirements, and we don't have attendance centers. That was a concern. Like I said, I have quite a few actually, but those are my two, I'll just pop
Well,
off.
and I think to save time next month, let's all look over it and let's email Adam the concerns, let him put it back to the board. So we're not start back over next, a lot of this groundwork will be done, so we can get it fixed for our next board meeting is what I'd recommend. If you see errors like that as you're going through it and taking your time and.
Yeah, that's probably, I'm guessing that's language that's been in there for a long time. It probably just means elementary schools in that state. Attendance centers has become a topic here just because of the restructuring
Right.
conversation, but I'm guessing that language has been in there. a long
We just
time.
didn't have residency requirements before, and I thought that, okay, that's, all right, I got others, but.
That's a good
And
note.
there's some information in here that says the date of 2007, so it hasn't been reviewed for a while. I mean, it's in here, I don't know if we just copied and pasted, but yeah, so some of these things could be reviewed maybe by you, and you could just change some of the grammar, spelling, those types of things.
But it may help also if we email Adam so he
Yeah, I
knows.
think if we just
Yeah.
collect
it
this
doesn't
now
be-
and then we can discuss it on Monday if we decide to do that.
Can you talk about the classroom caddies for softball this week?
So Sorry, I have new contacts and they're bothering me. So we have, you've been in our rooms, you've seen that we have trouble with cell phones. And we have some teachers that struggle with where do you put them, how do I get kids to do that? And we discussed it, we looked at some of the policies from other places, talked to some of the people who had gone to zero phones. Our CTE teachers went and visited the May CTE campus, where they have a cell phone blocker, and all those things. So we've begun to look at getting caddies that don't just hang on the wall. You put them in this box, the lid closes, you bring them in, you put them in, and then you don't have to worry about where your phone is or any of the alerts going off or any of that interrupting your classroom or your instruction. And so working with BLT to help teachers across the board buy into that is the thing. I don't want to spend a bunch of money doing that to get those for everybody, every classroom, and then teachers not use them, right? And that was the idea of our task force group who works on our agenda. So it'd just be easier if there was a box that they put them in and they close them. Whether they're on or off, doesn't matter, they don't make noise in the box, or that's what I've been told anyway. Because we have teachers doing all kinds of different things. One of our English teacher has a hat box that for tests she collects their phones in the hat box and puts it there. We have another teacher who uses a calculator caddy that hangs on the wall, and kids, here's my number, I put it in there. So a uniform across the board approach to no cell phones in the classroom, so we don't disturb instruction. Because they have the one-on-one Chromebook in front of them. I don't feel like they need their phone going off or vibrating in their pocket or causing them to do that. So that's what we are looking at to kind of curb that problem.
I love that idea. I think that's the most appropriate way to respond to students having cell phones in the classroom. And I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, so like you shared, I've seen firsthand the craziness that occurs in those classrooms with the cell phones. My mind was blown. I'm like, everybody was on their phone, and I'm like, how are you learning?
Right.
But I understand the concern that some parents have about a safety issue. If there's an emergency, how are we gonna communicate that?
So I guess I go back to when we were in school,
Mm-hmm.
And my brother had an emergency, pretty catastrophic one, and they called me to the office at the end of the day. There was no getting a hold of me because you just had to call the office. So that's where my mind goes because of my past experience. But that's again where BLT will work on that to say, here's our plan.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we want to do. Here's our new rollout. Of course, with board support on that being a stance we want to take on phones.
How big of an issue do you feel like classes are, or phones in the classrooms are for the barrier to learning and behavior management and all that? What do you think?
So I feel like there is a group of teachers that have full intention of doing it, and then they get the pushback. They don't like the defiance from the kids, so they just move past it. My job's to educate, and if you don't want to do that, then that's on you. Then we have other teachers who, catch it right on. When I'm doing my walkthroughs, it drives me crazy. I'm like, I don't know how you listen to music and work on something at the same time and listen to instruction. I don't understand that. I can't do that. And it's not just a problem here. Other places I've been, it's a problem. And so I guess if it were me and I was back in the classroom, I wouldn't wait for the principal to buy me a caddy. I'd go buy one myself and say, phones in my classroom, phones are in, or you're not in here. Because the instruction that you're providing is way more important than the alerts they're getting on their phone. And parents may not like me as a teacher for that, but you charge me to educate your child, and that's what I want to do. And I can't do it when your cell phone's going off or you've got an earbud in your ear.
Do you think this will be easier to enforce with all the teachers?
I think
On
if it's
universal?
across the board thing, that here's the expectation and that collegial responsibility, you know, hey, I'm doing it in my classroom, how's it working for you? Will help manage that, and then teachers who just don't, I can help them with that. But I think it will be, you know, it's easy to pass the buck, okay, the principals are saying we have to do this, so we're following it, right? That takes it off of them and a argument or confrontation between them. I think about 3 kids that we have that will be like, no, not doing that, and they'll get used to that, in my opinion.
I knew that was a change, so I wanted to
Yeah.
get your.
And then I know, I mean, it's never gonna, probably never gonna happen, but you see these people, these kids using their cell phones to call 911, so at least they're gonna be in the, that's why I hate to just say, leave them in your locker, nobody has one, that's it, because there's those instances where
Safety is definitely there.
Okay, anyone else have any other questions?
Can I get some clarification on whether we want this to be a planning session topic if a planning session is approved? Or-
I would like
I
to
like
like
it.
Okay.
Do we need to vote or what do we need to
No.
do? Okay.
I just need a consensus, thank you.
Any other questions on that? Okay, let's move on. Job description policy.
Yes, Russ and I had notes, and we may be wrong on this, we're not sure, there was a discussion on job description policy last month, and so wanted to bring that back for discussion. We had both noted that the board wanted to continue discussion on that. I had somebody also tell me that that wasn't the case, so I just we have it out there in case the board wants to continue to discuss that, or if we misunderstood, so.
I
Didn't wanna
think
mess
we
that up.
decided to let you just do it and present it to us if you need, not for approval though.
Wait, say what? Say that again? We decided what?
I think the majority, I should say, the majority of us decided to let Adam just go ahead and facilitate the job description without us having to approve it.
Okay, yes, but I think our policy, we do need job descriptions for every category. That's what our policy says. We need job descriptions.
Sure.
So in my opinion, I like the way that the job description policy is written. Because our policy says that he will, or somebody, hold on, let me open it up.
I think said we had to approve it.
The superintendent shall develop a job description after board approval by any new revised job descriptions. Okay, so you're saying you're good with him.
I'm good with him going ahead and making it, but I don't
Job
think we have to approve it.
I think the
Okay.
concern was because we need to catch up, we're writing them as we need the position.
Yeah.
And so there wouldn't be enough time to write it, wait till the next board meeting, bring it to the
Approval was
board,
the
review,
issue.
and
Okay.
then, so that we could just get it out and get
So
someone
we probably
hired.
need to change that policy.
Okay, so rewrite
I'm
the
on
policy.
board with us not having to approve it, but we have, in my opinion, that we shall still develop job descriptions.
Which they do, right?
Right.
Well, no,
I don't
we
know.
hardly had any.
I think the thing is they've been working on it for a couple years now, and instead of writing them all at once, because that is
Right.
a
Yeah,
lot
when I started
for someone to
noticing
do.
quite a few of them. So as what we've been doing is as positions have been coming open, we've been working with the admin team, hey, can you look at if I had an old one, can you look at it, does it need updating? Or hey, I don't have one, here's an example I found, can you help adjust to meet each description?
so there is a list of jobs in the description somewhere.
For some,
Yeah,
but
but
we've
there's
been
not very
taking
many.
it, we've been tackling it as that position's been coming open. Like the PT one, we have an old one, hey Tira, can you look at this? Or Tira, we don't have this, here's one I found, can you look at it? And then we kind of put it in our format as they've been coming up.
So where would we go to find that?
I sent out all job descriptions to the board that we had at the time it was requested.
Okay.
So do we not have a plan to go back and make job descriptions for the people that we already, the categories we already have? Only if we're hiring new?
Well, this is just a way to break it up into pieces. Right now, I don't have the team, we're working on that piece.
So
That would be perfect world, yes.
there's a plan, do we have a plan to go and write some job descriptions for categories that we don't currently have? Or
Not right at this moment. We do not. We are writing as we go. That's what our team has time for. And if we reach a point that we feel like there's additional time to make all that happen, then absolutely. That would be the ultimate goal, is to have everything for everybody. So
I just don't know how we have, how we major, job performance, like that's the most foundational thing is to know what the clarity of your role is and the expectations without a job
that's-
description.
Right, but that's why we're making them as we're hiring people, so that
But
those
people
are
we already have on staff, and we're not making new ones. I get the new people, I get that, but people that are already on in our district, we don't have job descriptions for.
And I totally get what you're saying, but you're also wanting to take time for other things that are probably a little more important to put a job
Depends on who you
description.
ask. For clarity of roles and job satisfaction, to know that you're.
How many don't have a job description roughly?
There's so
Do
I
you
can't
know?
answer that.
I mean, where did you see it at? That you know that they didn't have job
I
descriptions?
think
This one.
you sent them, didn't you?
I saw the ones that they had in fact, but I didn't see the ones that were missing.
I have to make the list and see
Yeah,
what we
you'd have
have.
to audit them,
Yeah.
make sure you know. So,
I just went through, I can't give you the numbers, Brandon,
Sure.
I don't know, cause I don't know all the job categories, but there weren't very many that we had, and I know we don't have one for like counselors, for example. High school counselors, I don't think I saw one for that, and, secretary, but it's not like a broken record, you guys know where I stand and what my thoughts are, so I'll just leave it up to you guys to think of how you
Well,
want to
when you
proceed.
just said secretary, just made me kind of think right now, like the two gals at the high school, the two secretaries, they have different roles, but I don't know what they are. It'd be nice to have their, like, Roxy's description, what she take, what her, if you're gonna replace her, what that role will be, and then what, that just kind of crossed my mind, because I never know which one is what.
I still think we need to change that policy though and take that, we don't have to approve Adam's. Let Adam do his own, take it out of our policy if we're gonna go forward with this.
okay, so you'd like a new policy presented?
The
I think
policies
just so
say,
you don't have to present to us.
but still we need
Well,
job
that, if
descriptions.
we change a policy, then it should go through the board.
Yeah.
We should definitely make that happen.
Yes, I mean, the job description, we don't have to come to us first.
Oh, yeah.
The
I understand what you're saying, that is written in the policy, I get you.
But the
Okay.
policy says we should have job descriptions,
Yes.
okay.
The superintendent shall develop a job description for each category of employee. After board approval of any new or revised job descriptions, they will be deemed in effect shall be filed with the clerk and may be published in handbooks.
Right.
After board approval.
And you're
of
just
any-
saying, Brandon, that you didn't have to.
I don't think Adam has to present the job descriptions to us for new jobs.
But do we believe the superintendent shall develop a job description for each category of employee?
In a perfect world, yes. I don't think our superintendent has that much time on his hands.
Well, he can delegate that out to somebody else, right?
If I feel like that is a project that I want them full force on with knowing all the projects that they're already doing, then absolutely. That would be, like I said, that would be a perfect world.
I think we need them, I think it's important, but I also think we need to be prioritizing. I get where you're coming from, that
Yeah.
is, but.
I do too.
Can each person, write what they've, just as a start,
Write
feel
their
like
own
their
and
own,
then we
feel like
can-
what they, feel like that, what they think is their job description, and then that would be quicker or less
Some
time
places
than
do
some
that,
that,
yeah.
then some of you, or whoever you delegate to go through that and say, yay,
Let
nay,
them
or we
audit.
need to add this, we need to take that away.
Anything else on that?
Nope,
You good?
we'll bring back a policy to you and have you
Okay.
look at it.
On that kind of
So-
subject, which is sort of policy part, and asking for something, I have asked for quite a few years for class description. And the middle school has their classes in their handbook listed, something, I don't want to look through that one yet. But I can go and find the middle school's classes and the description of that class, but you can't the high schools.
Should be an enrollment guide.
I don't think it
There
is.
used to be an enrollment guide when I was there. Did you, Jay Lee?
Yeah, he had to go to his son's Facebook game.
Yeah,
I can
I
find
don't
that out,
think it
but
is.
there used to be an enrollment guide that had all that, cause it
And
has
if
the.
Harper got a piece of paper with freshman classes when she enrolled, we were doing that.
Yeah, I had,
think.
I
Oh, no.
looked once and I
I'm gonna
didn't see
double
it
check
unless it was
that,
added this year.
I'm thinking middle school.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I'm thinking middle school, I think,
And I see middle school, cause I also had that same, I was like, oh, I thought, so I looked that up and I couldn't find anything for high school.
I've
I found
asked,
it for
I asked that a couple years in a row, but, because I just now learned there's a sports and English class or something like that. The English
Sports
classes
and
have different, yes, I mean, I shouldn't say, but there's something similar that
Yes.
made me think.
Yep.
Okay, so I kinda like it just, if I was, anyway,
Yeah, there should be an enrollment guide with course codes
I'm
and all
looking
that.
now,
I
I
have
looked
not
before
checked
and
on
I
that.
didn't see one, but
I will check on that, get it to you guys.
Anyone else have anything else on the job description or anything else around that topic? Okay, facility update.
Okay, two things. Wanted to chat with you, as we continue, as we continue to work towards, kind of a spring 2025 bond issue idea, that we have discussed. As you know, Dustin Navy was here to talk with you. Brett Miller was here to discuss some different ideas with our facility committee, which is Brandon and Bob, representing the board on that committee. And so recently, in order to move forward, they have asked us to, the best thing to do, working both with Piper Sandler with the bond, and then what we need to do next is hire an architect in order to move forward with that. And so Kelly has set up a meeting on the 25th, I believe, that has invited a couple architects down to meet with our facility committee, and they would then move us forward in the bond issue project. Then we would get it to a point with them that they could take the board around and show them kind of the ideas and kind of help narrow that down. The other thing that the architect would be able to do is find a company, like we work with DCS on a lot of things, but they could actually go out to bids for a construction at risk company that would help work with the architect on the project and the bond people. So those are all things that are kind of being discussed in the facility committee. Anything I missed out on there, Brandon, Bob?
when is the meeting gonna be for whatever you just said with your committee?
The architect,
Yeah, I guess so.
meeting with architects,
Do we know what we want the architect to do?
we're just in the beginning stages now.
We just have all the ideas that DCLs help us put
Can we,
together,
like,
just
see the
general
ideas?
ideas.
I think we presented it, didn't we?
I think we gave all that,
Where have I
but
been?
I'll check, if not, we can give you the list. Did we get the list of the board?
Can't answer that, I think so, but.
I have to check back on my email, so I can't remember half the time what I
All the
sent you.
things we're gonna do,
The wish list.
yeah, the wish list.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
We can get that out to you. It's all,
It might have been a while ago.
It's been a couple
Yeah, it was in
months, 2 or 3
February
months
when
ago
we did
now.
walk around.
and it's all just dream stuff. It's nothing solidified.
It might just be so long ago.
So, but if not, we can get that out to you, just kind of the ideas. But you can't do anything until you pick an architect and start pigeonholing some things and making things happen.
So when is, you have several architects coming to your meeting?
Two.
Two. What day is that?
25th.
25th.
June?
Yep.
What time can I come?
8?
You can, if you eliminate, make sure that no other board members come.
Is that the day I won't be here?
25th?
We've never met
Sorry,
back up today.
I'm out of town,
You and I.
Okay.
but I told him I have full faith in them.
And it
And
just
then he
depends
might-
on how the combine's running.
Right, so it's still all up for scheduling.
Yeah, we may have to reschedule that.
We've already tried like 3 dates so far, so.
And I would honestly prefer that you're there
Okay.
because
Right.
the more board,
Brandon sent that to me and you and I never saw each other the
Okay.
rest of the day.
so we'll probably change that. Pat, but yeah, if somebody wants to come, we just have to make sure we don't have 4 board members there.
Is it here?
Okay.
Kelly, you wanna talk about projects going on?
Yeah, I sent you the board an email today about the middle school carpet. It seems to be going as planned. There's a few, hiccups along with any project that you run into. You're gonna have those hiccups, especially when you have a carpet that's been down for 20+ years like it currently has been. So, there's a few things that we have to kind of get taken care of, but sent you pictures of what it's kind of looking like in some of the classrooms and down the hallways. It's matching up really good. They have not started on any of the tiling project of it.
as of yet. They're still working on the carpet, but pretty much have both the 7th and 8th grade hallways completed, and they've gone into the 8th grade classrooms. One thing I did not mention in my email, which I do want to, I want to give a shout out to the middle school custodial staff and Bob and Brian Ofty, you know, for their flexibility. The summer school's having to move classrooms, driver's ed is still being posted there, so there's a lot of flexibility going on with their scheduling as well. So I'd like to give a shout out to them as well on helping out and being very flexible. But the middle school custodial staff is really rocking it. I mean, they're in there. I keep telling them, I go in there about every other day, hey, if you need help, let me know, and we'll send some guys over that. We're keeping up with them. We're doing fine. Now, when they get to some of the other classes, maybe the science classrooms, when there's a lot more stuff, yeah, they might holler for some help. So, got that going on, and then we do have the football field project. I know it's a big concern and everything, but we've got Nick Wellington working full time on that, and he just talked to me about 3:30 today, and he's really pleased with the progress of it. And there's a few weeds in there that he wants to get knocked out. We have our seed guy, our chemical guy coming down sometime this week to kind of give us some guidance on next step on fertilization and so forth. We had sprinklers guys down there today because some of the sprinkler heads that they installed weren't shooting correctly and leaving some of the field unwatered. And they've been coming down and very how should I word that? But our requests, they're down, and they're probably within a day or two. They're down, and Nick, and so it's a lot of people are involved in this, and it's working very well. Those are the two main ones that I got.
Grass around the oxygen looks really good too.
We want to extend that around the other side too. And now that you said that, we're working on the wells out of the high school. That's one of my big things that I really want to get done. So we do have irrigation out there, and I want that grass around the main part of the high school to look a lot nicer. So that's gonna be a project coming up too. So.
This just reminds me of something that I didn't say, you always forget. Where you go into to buy your ticket at the high school, it was brought to my attention several times during the season. If you have a wheelchair or anything, it's minor, but yet if you're in a wheelchair, it's a bump, if we could put something there to.
I saw that too, Pat. Yeah,
something so it's easier to. You know what I'm talking about, so, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like where the handicap ramp goes up, and there's like bricks there that are, so
it's when you
eliminate some
walk
of the
into the
slip
ticket
risk.
place.
Right.
From the outside.
Getting into the main high school? Is that,
I'm sorry, I'm just like the football field.
Oh, okay. No, I was out of the high school. So.
Okay, I should have said football field. When you just go up to the ticket booth area, there's just a drop off. I mean, it's small, but yet it's not easy to navigate. So it just a small little new.
We can shave
new
that down.
cement slab or something just in there that has and there might be a couple more areas just right around there. It might look out, but that was brought to my attention several times, and I just keep forgetting it.
Anything else about the facilities?
Before we go on, were you not finding the descriptions for?
Not the high school, I wasn't.
Yeah, they are there.
I got it,
In the work, what do you call it, the handbook?
They're on the website.
They're under high school counselors and then the Crusader Way there at the bottom.
Oh my God.
Are the middle schools in their handbooks? I think.
Take that off.
I think they are,
I think the middle schools are in their handbook.
but I don't know.
Yeah, that's my, I can see I wasn't wrong, they're not in the high school handbook.
Okay, Jen, you said high school, then where? Then go to counseling office, okay, and then scroll clear to the bottom under Crusader Way on the right.
So it's not easy to find.
Well, there's up at the top two course description.
Oh, on the header, banner thingy?
On the header.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, so I put it 2 places.
Not gonna just drive stuff.
Thank you.
Ready to move on? Yep. You guys good? Alright, next up, planning session.
Yes, district is interested in recommending a planning session. We're heading into budgeting season, so we need to go over building needs assessments and discuss those. Do a state assessment review, and then also discuss future district goals. And then also district handbooks has just been added to that discussion as well. And so proposed a planning session for next Monday, a week from tonight, on the 17th, if everybody is available for that.
Yes.
Motion.
Perhaps.
Will we be doing that here? I know last year was at the high school.
That's up to you guys. Would you guys prefer to do it at Cali? We did that.
Oh, it's Cal, yeah.
We did do the one last time we talked to district goals. We did talk about it at Cali, which is fine. We'd be fine with that if that's what you want to
Here a
do.
little bit. That or the library. It doesn't matter.
If you want a different environment, we can definitely do that.
Whatever you all want.
I don't care.
Doesn't matter to me.
Let's stick it here then.
I will probably maybe still be available just by phone that day. I don't know.
Okay, no problem.
You wanna try somewhere else, Jessica?
No, I was just curious. I didn't know if that was a normal thing,
I'm
so I
open
just thought
for-
I'm good here, I'm good wherever. We're in the
We
code.
got a fancy TV set up here now, so
Yeah, that's true.
that helps.
Sounds
That's
like,
good.
sounds like good.
Alright, thank you.
Alright, next up, first action item, the esports team travel to nationals.
Yes, I had emailed out to you guys with that all was timely. Unfortunately, normally we try to get board approval prior to purchasing travel, but had sent an email to all of you saying that timeline was not going to work well unless we got together. So did approve for them to go ahead and purchase travel. Obviously, found out tonight that they have fundraised that full amount along with the support of the
That's
casino,
amazing.
which is amazing.
Really amazing.
So, and I know we had a lot of community businesses and sponsors that we appreciate that helped with that. And so just looking for official approval anyway for those guys to get to Orlando. So,
So we're looking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion? Can I-
Second.
Second? Russ, can you do a roll call?
Yes. Brandon Earl,
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels,
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence,
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger,
Yes.
Robert White. Yes. Pat Zika.
Yes.
Next up, non-resident enrollment policy.
yes, non-resident enrollment policy. We had our own non-resident enrollment policy that that the prior board approved in December, that then you guys tweaked at the beginning of the year as that continued to go. And then the KSB has recently released one based off of the current legislation. Most of our policy took care of all those things, but they definitely recommended that we keep our language similar to other districts and make sure that that is on the up and up. And so it was putting that out. Like I said in my notes, normally I try to push something like that through policy committee, but we are non-resident students can contact us right now, and so that's very timely. And so wanting to adopt the KSB policy and put that on the website to replace the policy that was there before, since legislation has tweaked that.
So we're looking for a motion to approve that.
I move we approve the updated non-resident enrollment policy as presented by KASB.
I've got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second? Russ, roll call?
Brandon Earl,
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels,
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence,
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger,
Yes.
Robert White. Yes. Pat Zika.
Yes.
Thank you.
High school science curriculum.
The infamous Dr. Kern's last meeting tonight. And Chad is here this evening as well, so he's visiting, so they're gonna high five their way out of here and take each other's roles. So Dr. Kern, this is your swan song.
So, we have a little bit of a change here because they found some other things we wanted to look at. But I would like to go ahead and get the chemistry curriculum. We have a brand new teacher coming here from Africa, is that right?
Wow.
And that way we can get her set up and get her with set up with professional development and going with her new curriculum. So it is going to be $7,680.05 for the McGraw-Hill for 6 years.
And this is what the teachers had requested.
They may end up going with McGraw-Hill anyway. They just want to look at some other stuff first, and so I wasn't gonna rush that through.
Okay.
But McGraw-Hill is already set up for the single sign-on, so that should be easy to get her going with that.
Looking for a motion to approve purchase of the chemistry McGraw-Hill,
How long is this curriculum good for? I'm sorry.
7 years, right?
6
6 years.
Okay, thank you, sorry, I
You're
missed
good.
that.
I move we accept the bid for the McGraw-Hill science and chemistry.
Got a motion on the floor, can I get a second?
Second?
Got a second? Russ, can you do a roll call?
Yep. Brandon Earl,
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels,
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence,
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger,
Yes.
Robert White,
Yes.
Pat Zika.
Yes.
Do we have paper printout? I know this is kind of something we talked about before, but are they gonna supply us with some printed or is that extra? So, that we did not ask for,
Okay.
and if that teacher wants that, then
Okay.
well,
It's an option.
we'll bring that up.
It's an option for the students.
It's always an option,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Administrative reports.
It is June and July. This is what it will look like. Mr. Nance is the only one on contract right now, so we'll try to pull him in when we need him if we can, and try to get some things knocked out for you guys. But
You look like Custer.
pretty much.
All right, board member comments. Andrea, you wanna start us off?
Sorry for the inconvenience of me being by phone tonight, guys. Recovering from another little surgery I had to have, so, like I said, I don't know about next week, but we'll see how I progress. Other than that, I think the carpet in the middle school looks really great. Thanks for sending those pictures, Kelly. And that's really all I got.
Okay. Sarah?
You know, I spent all my time reviewing the handbooks, so I didn't have time to do any well thought out board member comments this time, so I don't have anything really.
I don't either. Jess?
Like Andrea said, the carpet at the middle school, I've heard so many compliments from teachers. I think they made a great decision in what they picked. Looks really good. Football field's coming along nicely. Speaking of Mr. Wellington, if anyone has talked to Mrs. Wellington lately, she will tell you to go check out. She's so proud of him, as she should be. The garden at the middle school, and he's still keeping it up, and it looks great.
When are they gonna
So-
start selling this?
I don't know. Nick, if you're watching, when will there be a sale? It really does look great, so you should go back and check it out. Yeah, and negotiations are going well.
I'm good, don't have a thing, I've been in the field too long. Sorry.
I'm good.
Pat?
Yeah, I'm good. I just sort of say all my things earlier.
I did want to give a shout out to Mrs. Chase. She had the FFA National Convention and she did a great job with the students as she always does, and great leadership and took really good care of the kids. So I just wanted to give her some praise there. So
Yeah, we've got a couple kids going to Washington Leadership Conference.
yes, which is awesome.
That's been around a long time.
Been a long time. I've been sending one since 1994.
I sent 3 of mine.
Alright, before we go into
I didn't.
executive session, does anyone use the restroom? At time we do.
I feel like that was aimed at me.
No. Just asking, just in case.
I'm good for now.
Alright, so we're gonna go to executive session on student matters to include Adam, Jen, and Darcy for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 7:45. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Just
Alright, guys, I need a motion in a second.
Thank you.
Russ, you wanna do a roll call?
Okay, Brandon Earl.
Yes.
Andrea Kreifel.
That's really.
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence.
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger.
Yes.
Robert White.
Yes.
Pat Zika.
Yes.
Be back at 7:45.
Do we have a legal pad down here I could have?
Pat, you can.
What
504 and ESO, I mean, I'll tell you later, but that's.
Oh, I left Andre again.
Oh.
You forgot I forgot her.
I'll go get, I'll go
Well,
get.
does she,
Well, you
She
go
didn't
back
make
into
it till-
executive session,
Yeah, we're going.
so she'll be fine.
We've only got
She'll be
two
fine.
now.
Two more,
Wait, is she going to the
we're
next
live.
one?
Alright, we're back from executive session, no action was taken.
There we go. We forgot Andrea, so we need more people.
We need to go into another executive session for negotiations to include Adam, Jen, and Darcy for 15 minutes. We'll resume at 8:01. I'll give us a minute back there.
Hey, can we do another 5?
Okay, Nick's we're gonna negotiate for 20 minutes, include Adam, Jen, and Darcy for negotiations. We'll come back at 8:05. Need a motion?
Need a motion.
A motion that we.
So moved.
Okay, you wanna do a roll call or do we not need to, cause
There's only 4 of you in here,
Perfect.
so.
I'm a yes.
all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All opposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Just in case.
You're
Sorry.
welcome.
Which other coordinator before?
Oh, we need to talk about this, because we're getting ready to talk about the, yeah, they were able to pay their paras $14 an hour.
We over?
Yeah, think about it.
We are on.
We are back from executive session, and no action was taken. We're gonna go to another executive session for non-elected personnel, 45 minutes to include Adam and Jen with Darcy on call. We'll resume at 8:50. Can I get a motion?
We're gonna need one more board member here.
Yeah, we have Andrea.
Oh, Andrea's here. Sorry.
I've got her right
I was like, where's that voice coming from? Okay, my apologies.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
8:50.
I was like, where is that voice coming from?
We don't sit around eating Three Musketeers.
I have more. You don't have to take it.
Don't give me things to lose before I get here.
Don't give you things to look at before you have to. Is that
No,
what-
don't give me things to lose before I get here.
So I had to come back.
I'll leave it on Jen's desk. Till last day.
Okay, we're back in open session, no action was taken. We're gonna go back into executive session for another 45 minutes to include Adam Hatfield with Jen and Darcy on call. We'll resume at 8 or 9:30.
45? Will this be the last one?
I need a motion.
So moved.
It's 45, 'cause if it's only like 30, we have to stay to 45. Okay.
Alright, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay,
Sure that.
45 minutes.
Hey, we've already clocked 4
Back,
hours, it's
Brendan.
good.
Okay, we're back in open session. No action was taken. We need to go back in executive session for non-elected personnel for 15 minutes to include Darcy. We'll resume at 9:50.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, oh, you have to roll call. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 You did, I checked.
Okay, thank you.
Although math is not my favorite. So she's moving grandbaby too.
Holly will not be a happy grandma.
Yeah.
Job rest as
And then they're just I'm like, my friend's like, okay, I'm done. We're done. I'm just you're done. Am I sitting, standing?
Go back live, guys.
Go back and sit in my corner.
Probably like the practice of sitting there.
Oh, no.
She can have it. In the hot seat.
Just get out. Are we on now? Or
We're up, yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, my alarm went off. All right, we're back from executive session.
Open session.
Open session, executive session, no action was taken. And I guess we're on to the next. Before we do that, we don't have to prove anything we just did, right?
Approve anything?
Yeah.
I don't know what you did, so. If you're wanting
I'm gonna
to,
give Jen one back, sorry.
Oh, thanks.
Present.
are you wanting to
She's
approve
still
the
there.
admin contract?
She's still
Yes.
alive.
Then I would just
You guys
put
your
it,
photo with her.
amend the consent agenda and admin contracts as presented.
Okay.
And then you can present them to me afterwards. or
Okay,
whatever.
yep.
I
Okay,
have this.
I don't think it's any big, but I know.
all right, so we're doing executive session, consent agenda, we need to add, I guess to the bottom, sub 5? Okay, to approve the admin contracts
As presented.
as presented.
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion, a second, all those in favor, I guess roll call?
Brandon Earl,
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels,
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence,
Yes.
Jessica Seeliger,
Yes.
Robert White. Yes. Pat Zika.
No.
We're proving to,
Just put it on the
yeah,
agenda.
come up with that.
What did we put, what did we just vote on? I thought you said administrative readers
No, to put it on the consent agenda.
for right now. Oh, okay.
7 point, whatever. 7.5.
Okay, you can put it on there. Just so you know.
All right, your time to shine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Approve the minutes of the May 13th meeting. Approve payroll and bills. Payroll, $1,279,670.20. Bills, $554,242.69. Transfers, at risk, $100,000. Vocation, $75,000. Personnel, approved new hires. Lauren Anderson, assistant cheer coach at the high school. Billy Terry, custodian at the high school. Anna McMahon, para at Lincoln. Ellie Frankie, para at Kennedy. Kaylee Leonard, art teacher at the middle school. Shiloh Rosenberg, first grade teacher at Kennedy. Lydia Mwango Nyambegara, chemistry teacher at the high school. Kimberly Becker, para at middle school. Approved resignations. Delaney Miller, first grade teacher at Kennedy. Hillary Murfeld, para, Washington. Eric Rasmussen, custodian at the high school. Approved transfers and position changes. Sawyer Bowman, para at Washington to kindergarten teacher at Washington. And approve the IDEA assurances.
And 7.5.
And, oh, that's right, and approve the admin contracts as presented.
Okay. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
I got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion, a second. We need to do a roll call.
Yeah. Brandon Earl.
Yes.
Andrea Kreifels.
Yes.
Sarah Lawrence.
No.
Jessica Seeliger.
Yes.
Robert White.
Yes.
Pat Zika.
No.
And that is it. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for coming.
Finally somebody in the corner, I'm thinking, I was gonna say something. And then, push the button and let, you're gonna say this back.
I know.
I know.
That's the worst part.
I was actually.